Alright. Here we are again with this. So is this a new seed? Yes, this is a new seed. This is not the one I was playing yesterday. Oh, we're Abigail this time. This is excellent. I already like this. Red Ruby is not the best start. But it is pretty well expected. I mean, there's a fairly wide pool that can be in Link's house. Okay, so we'll go down here and we'll check Uncle and Hallway. Cane of Burna. That's interesting. Uncle has a piece of heart. That's kind of bad, but Cane of Burna is kind of an interesting first item to find. Alright, Sanctuary Heart is something else that's red. Matt, is that you? How are you doing, Matt? Alright, let's see. I need to do the Lost Wood checks, otherwise I'll forget about him. Well, you shouldn't have made camp in their land. It's the Wild West. You own whatever you say you own. Alright, we got bombs, that's good. It's kind of bad when you don't have bombs before going to Kakariko. Oh yeah, yesterday I made a really bad mistake. That's why I didn't finish the seed. I forgot to update bottles on my tracker, so oh, I always go down here. So I spent... That's really weird. Like, everybody else I just tell the name, and then they search it, and it's right there. Yeah, yesterday I never put bottles on my tracker, so I forgot to check Sick Kid, and Sick Kid had hammer. So I checked literally everything in the light world and the dark world, looking for the hammer, and could not find the hammer anywhere. I finally gave up when I had nothing left to check, and I checked the spoiler log, and I searched for hammer, and it said Sick Kid, and I'm just like, oh my god, did I really never check him? Turns out, no, I did not check him. So that's a lesson in keeping your tracker updated when playing rando. If you generate it as a race seed, then you will not get a spoiler log. Like if they give you like a specific setting to do a race, then it won't come with a spoiler log. But if you're just doing it on your own or you're new to it, it's a good idea to generate a spoiler log, just because, you know, things like that can happen, and it's a valuable lesson in how to play. So hopefully we won't make a mistake like that. Hopefully I'll finish this before I have to go to bed. So far it's kind of shaping up like this might be pretty fast, as far as most things are concerned. Power Glove and a Medallion is really good to get early on. Boomerang's okay too. I haven't gotten enough money. Should check off these things. Because health is usually not that big of a deciding factor for what you need. Normally you're looking for progression items, and so unless you're like really low on health, you'd probably want to skip hearts. If you're reasonably good at most of the bosses, then you don't really need a lot of extra health. Let's see, so that's Cuckoo House. Oh right, back at Tavern. Man, I'd really like a sword. I did one the other day where I didn't get a sword for 2.5 hours. That kind of sucked. Okay, we got Titan, or we got Power Glove already. So that's pretty cool, but also would really like a sword. So now we're gonna go and check library. We can't get the item in here, but this will tell us if we ever need to come back for it. And it's on the way to the race, which we also want to check. Hookshot, we want to come back for that. We definitely want to come back for that. Let's see, Hookshot is on the shelf. So far, so good. Like, lots of things can happen. Okay, we don't want to do the race. Take that off the tracker. Lots of things can happen. We want to save and quit now. So the character sprite is Abigail from... oh shit, I didn't want to go to Sanctuary. Abigail from Stardew Valley. I always play with randomized sprites, just because you can, so you might as well. The shadow is always the same no matter what sprite you have. So if you know that as your frame of reference for how to line stuff up, then it doesn't really affect your ability to line up precision tricks, and it's just a fun thing to do. You can also randomize the overworld palettes, but that can result in some really bad garbage, so I don't usually do it. I did that once and all the grass was magenta, and God, it was almost unplayable. Like that was one of the times that I've had to take a break and come back, because it was so bright and it was everywhere. Like everywhere you see green grass was bright pink. I mean, it was funny, but that was when I was first learning too. So like, I think it took me about 7 hours to clear that seed. So I was just like every time I was going through an area with grass in it for 7 hours, it was just. Not to mention that with randomized palettes, sometimes the dungeons make it so that the colors in the dungeons make it so it's hard to see where the cracked walls are. So if oh shit, can I kill these with? Nope, they don't die to boomerang. I don't have enough bombs for this. Wait, I do have enough bombs. If I do it right. So I really hate doing Moldarm Cave with bombs, because bombs are a consumable. Oh, that helps a little. Okay, so far so good. Okay. Want that. Mini Moldarms are the bane of my existence. There is no single enemy that ever gives me more trouble than Mini Moldarms. I don't know why it's Mini Moldarms, but it's definitely Mini Moldarms. Heart piece, red rupee, bombs, 50 rupees, red rupee. Okay. Gonna save and quit. That is kind of a bust, but let's see, what can we do? What can we do? What can we do? All right, so we'll go to Sarsarilla's hut and dip into Eastern Palace. Hopefully there's something for us there. Sarsaparilla is Saucerella, but everybody comes up with a weird name for him. Some people call him Salarsh because his name's got a lot of SH sounds in it. I call him Sarsaparilla because I like root beer. And it's a lot easier to say than Saucerella or Salarsh or any of those. Alright. Alright, what are you doing? I don't want to go down. I want to check the rest of the chests. Shovel is not the best, but it could give us something. Oh yeah, before I go too far, I need to check and see what's required. Okay, so Eastern's required. Tower of Hera is not required. Desert Palace is required. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Tower of Hera not being required is alright. I would prefer the Desert Palace wasn't required, but... But it's been required in the past several seeds, so I probably won't have trouble with it like I did the first time. Okay. We still don't really have a means of doing damage. You get the sword when you find it. There's 4 swords placed in the world. They're placed in such a way that you're guaranteed to be able to get at least one of them. Or actually, with these settings, it's going to be possible to get every item in the game. There's another setting that you can enable. Ooh, big key, that's good. There's another setting that just makes it so that the game is beatable. So some things you might not be able to get, some places you might not be able to go, but it's guaranteed to make it so that you can finish the game. This one's set up as standard open with the 100% inventory requirement. So I should be able to get every item in the game. Oh, I don't have a hook shot. This was the wrong way to go since I don't have hook shot. Yeah, like I said the other day, I went 2.5 hours without finding a sword, so, like, it could take a while. I'd like to get it soon. This room's really cool, because there's skeletons that are supposed to spawn, but you can kill those too, and the rest of them don't spawn. You have to move in a really specific way to do that. Okay, so... I need to pin that, and then there we go. Containers in the sewers. Yeah, those are fake Master Swords. They're there in the vanilla game too, to like make you think you found the Master Sword. This sucks. Okay. See if I can make it through here. There it is. This is breaking the randomizer logic. So, like, if I survive. Okay. Alright, we're through there. The randomizer logic places items so that it will never require you to go through dark rooms like that. But if you can make it through, I don't have enough health for this. One of these have health in it? Yes, it does. That was a bad idea. That was the worst idea. Okay, let's see if I can do this, otherwise... I can't kill those. No, the game will let you try, but the randomizer won't require it. Like, you'll never get a progression item put behind a dark room unless you have a light source. So like, if you have a lantern or to a limited degree fire rod, if there's a lamp in the room, then fire rod can be considered a light source for the logic. Shit. Now I really don't have health for this. Okay. Let's see. What can we do here? We can die, and that'll get us more health. That's fine. That was probably actually faster to die there than fuck around trying to do that some more. I'm trying to grab that pot in my iframes and hit the switch that'll make the chest appear, because otherwise you have to kill every enemy in that room, and I don't have the means to do that. But this is also the last, I think this is the last check that I can do in here before I'm gonna have to leave. Oh, I walked right by big chest. I have big key. I don't normally get big key this early. You can see this strat again. This strat's really cool. I like that one a lot. It took me a while to get that down. Like, where you're allowed to walk is easy to get down, but it's really hard to get that sideways pot throw down. Okay, that's the map. So that's not as helpful as I was hoping it was going to be. Okay, so we'll go through this again. Where's the door? There's the door. Yeah, a sword in Eastern would be great. A light source would be great. If we got light source and bow, we could finish Eastern, which would be pretty good because, there we go. That would allow us to, well, finish Eastern, do all the checks in it, and then we wouldn't have to come back, because otherwise we're going to have to come back later. That's a really cool strat. I really like that. It's kind of costly to mess it up because it costs you basically 2 hearts. And this early, it's really not good. I think... yeah, I think I have to duck out now. So, let's see. Now that I have shovel, I can check Grove. Dude, the earbuds are so fantastic. Like, have you ever like spent extra on something, like not really being sure whether it was going to be worth it or not, and like, so you spent the extra for something nice that's like something that you enjoy, but you're not sure that that extra money is going to be worth it, and then like it far exceeds your expectations, because that's pretty much the experience that I had. Like, really awkward menu. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, they're really, really nice. Let's see. Don't want to go that way. I think I need to... Yeah, I need to go into desert. Oops, didn't want to delete that. Ooh. That's a good get. So the item that those crabs drop is random per seed. So every time I uncover a crab like that, it'll drop 20 rupee pieces. So that's pretty good for money early on. So here's another one. Yeah, that's like almost 200 rupees every time. So that's pretty good. There's another trick that you can do to access the Chris Houlihan room, which is basically it's a crash prevention room, where if you somehow offset the map or something like that, and the game trying to transition you to a new area doesn't know where to put you, it'll instead put you in the Chris Houlihan room. And that room contains a bunch of 5 rupee pieces. So having a consistent setup to do that is a really good way to farm money too. Magic powder is pretty good. The Chris Houlihan room is named for somebody who won a Nintendo Power contest before this game was released. And so he got to have his name in a Nintendo game. So there's a telepathy tile in there. Yeah, it took them. It was found. It was found, I think, in 2009. Somewhere around there. So that's pretty cool. Like, it's amazing that something can sit undiscovered in a game that long. Seeing as this came out in, I think, like 93 or something like that. So this is Desert Palace. I don't like Desert Palace very much. Desert Palace has a lot of annoying things in it. That was early. Okay, so that's map. Let's see what's on the torch. Big key's on the torch. That sucks. So, that being the case, we can't really do... Uh-oh. That's bad. Alright. So big key's on the torch, which means that I can't get the big key for Desert Palace until I have the Pegasus boots, because you need to bonk them off of the torch with the Pegasus boots. And seeing as Desert Palace is required, that means that I'm going to have to come back here when I find the boots. Okay, so never mind. Disregard everything I just said. That's a very good get. Okay, so boots. Real quick, is there anything else that I haven't updated on the tracker? Doesn't look like it. Getting boots early speeds up a lot of things. Obviously, it's fast movement. Let's see if there's a cool strat here. If you just scrape the torch, then you can bonk the wall and it'll still knock the key off. And that allows you to grab the key faster. Series X for $450. What's the retail on the Series X? I mean, she definitely could be getting played, but that isn't exactly an unbelievable deal either. $499. Yeah, that's reasonable. But that doesn't mean that it's legit. It just means that they put out a believable price for it. Okay. So let's see. Oh. This might be a problem. Yeah, this is quite a problem. Oh, wait, I know. I know what to do. We have boots, we can go and get the hook shot. The hook shot kills us. So we do have access to a source of damage. We can go and get that now. We definitely want to get that now. We can also check Bottle Vendor while we're there, which we skipped earlier because we didn't have money. I mean, 450 for a Series X would be pretty nice, though. Like, if that is legit, then that's, you know, for a pretty new console. Like, I mean, it's not a good enough deal that I would want to buy it personally. Just because, like, I'd rather spend $50 and have, like, the store deal with it if something went wrong. But if you wanted, you know, money off, then... Yeah, that's very true. That is very true. Okay, so now we're going to go to Link's house. Let's see. What else can I check? Because, I mean, I am going back to Desert Palace to do... Guess I'm going back to do one more check. No, 2 more checks. I don't know how worth it that is, though. Come back here. I want that. Get to 500, we can check King Zora. He spit out a blue one. Why did he spit out a blue one? That's weird. Could definitely farm money there if I wanted to. This is the bad thing about leaving Desert. So you have to do this cutscene every time you want to come back. I did check Aghanar. I don't know why I didn't mark that off. So still don't have a bottle. I'm like super worried about missing Bottle Kid now. Because he had the hammer once and I didn't check him. I probably wanted to go the other direction. I'm just so used to doing this dungeon from the start. There's so many checks, you could definitely forget something. Like, it's so easy to forget something. I have the tracker up, which tells me, like, what I can check with my current items, and it has them all on the map and stuff like that. But, like, I made the mistake of not updating it. Bow, that's awesome. Oh my god. Speaking of updating the tracker, bow. Yeah, if you don't update it, then the tracker won't really show you what you can check. And so unless you know those things and don't forget them, I still need the tracker a lot. Let's see, what was the other chest? It wasn't an item. It's probably rupees. I love how when you don't have a sword, you just dash with your fist out. Oh yeah, you're building a PC? Any particular reason, or you just trying to expand your horizons? Ooh, that was a dodge. Damn it. I mean, it's got its pros and cons for sure. The good thing about playing on console is, like, the controllers always work. And so if you're going to be playing anything with a controller on PC, like, you're going to run into the problem of the controller randomly disconnecting or doing weird stuff. Like, I play on an Xbox One controller, and it often disconnects while I'm playing, or just, like, starts having, like, random inputs, which is really not what you want. But overall, PC is a lot more powerful of a tool to be able to use. kind of taking a risk to go into Landmalus right now. Yeah, especially since I can't get to Landmalus. I don't have a fire source. I forgot. Which is fine, because I really do want to have a sword as a backup for that. So now we want to go... Let's see, we could do Bumper Cave. Okay, yeah, we want to go to Sanctuary. Man, I skipped a check because it was gonna take too long, and now I'm wondering if that was a bad plan, because I might have to go and check it anyway. First encounter says 2, but the chat says there are 5 people here. Huh, interesting. The chat might say that because there might be like moderator bots or something like that that are being counted. I don't really have a strong grasp of how like Twitch works in a lot of ways, so. Okay, King's Grave. What does King's Grave have for us? Yeah, I mean, dude, I just play video games. Like, silver arrows. What the fuck? That's, like, super cool in a lot of ways. At the same time. Okay, so let's see. Or no, this wasn't it. Alright, fuck off then. Let's see if I can get this to work. So, dude, that's the first time King's Grave has had anything good in it. So, this should work. Nope. Oh well. We need to check this anyway. That's the setup for getting to the Chris Houlihan room. If you bomb into that pit, there's like a Moon Pearl's very good. Fire Rod's very good too. Pearl, Fire Rod. Anything else that I forgot to check? Okay, so that's the 3 checks in Escape. We just need to save and quit out, actually. That's weird. Why is Hyrule Castle not on my tracker? Oh, it probably wants me to have the lamp for that. That's probably why. So let's see. So we have bow and we have fire rod, so we can go and finish Easter now. I don't think we can do... Oh no, we can do every check in Eastern. Yeah, we can full clear Eastern. That's good. This will be the easiest Armos fight too, with silver arrows. It's so ridiculous. Screw you. Stop that. I need a sword to do spin speed. That would be great. Having a sword would just be awesome right now. I don't think hookshot stuns them. The hookshot damage and stun values are different on like every enemy, so like you have to memorize a huge list of things that it works on, or just experiment until it's kind of second nature. I still don't know a lot of things that the hookshot works on, because I don't use the hookshot on a lot of things. Boomerang is, like, probably the more useful stun, but hookshot damages things like those little piles of worms. So there's compass. There's one more item left here, I think. So if it wasn't in that treasure chest, then it's probably on the boss, or I miscounted. I might have miscounted. So the hookshot stuns those skeletons, whereas the boomerang doesn't. That's like the one notable exception I can think of to boomerang being better for stun. And if you miss with boomerang, it doesn't cause you to stand in place like with the hookshot. Okay. So here we have a dark room. I hope I have enough magic for this. Okay. It's not good. Where is it? There it is. Can I get magic in this? I'm not sure there's any magic in this dungeon. You're not really supposed to have magic here. There's magic. Lucky that's in their drop pool this time. I'd really like some backup magic, because that's only one cast. And I'm not like 100% sure. I have to go 2 rooms away. Alright, well, we're going to try it like this. It works as a light source if you use it to light a lamp, like that. So, the first time I missed the lamp. And it's only a problem because that guy has a key, and you need the key to proceed. Otherwise, you have to do it in the dark, and that's like one of the dark room things that I do not know is how to get that key in the dark. Mainly because it's super not required, but also it doesn't really speed up this dungeon that much unless you're like breaking logic to finish the dungeon. There's a really cool strat for this room if you have a sword. I don't have a sword. Didn't want to wake them up. That's pretty nice. Okay. So we shouldn't need full arrows, but we're going to grab full arrows anyway. There's our last item. There's a little bit faster strat, but it's hard to do with silvers. Because like normally those take 3 arrows per. With silvers, it only takes 1. Mr. Palace is done. Dungeon's done. Okay. So yeah, we need to save and quit. Flute would be really nice. A lot of things would be really nice. Let's see, what is this? Oh yeah, I have the Moon Pearl. Oh, I don't want to do that check. That check would be really slow. Let's do the next slowest check, I guess. We're gonna do this and then we're gonna go to Dark World. It probably would be better to go to Dark World now, but this check is a lot faster with Flute, which is why I usually try to put it off, but since it's also a check that requires no items, there's a really high probability that it's something good. I might not make it there. Yeah, I won't make it there. I got bullied pretty hard. Okay, well we're gonna take that as a sign. Runtime currently, I'm 42 minutes in. And if we can get some good luck, I think it could probably be like maybe 3 hours. I'm gonna try and finish before 9. Like that was my goal, was to finish before 9 because that's usually when I get ready for bed. That was for Master Sword, which is a vanilla game category, and it was 27 minutes and 32 seconds. So 27 minutes and 32 seconds to beat the 3 Light World dungeons and get the Master Sword. So that's Bombos. That's pretty good. So we can open up Thieves Town. You end up doing Thieves Town really early a lot in Randomizer just because it has no requirements to get into other than being able to get to the Dark World. And typically the Lost Woods entrance is going to be the fastest way to do that. That definitely was Mario, yes. Yeah, that Mario painting's a really good Easter egg. I like how often Nintendo does that. Yeah, Matt, pay attention. Come on. His face was right there smiling at you. Oh, you're not a loser. Knock that off. Man, you're one of the nicest people I know at work, Matt. Don't talk about yourself like that. He sure is. I like Matt a lot. I don't know where to find Mario in Ocarina of Time, Matt. Where is... Oh man, this is a really bad dungeon to lose focus in. Mario in A Link to the Past, or not A Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time. No, I don't. Where is Mario in Ocarina of Time? Oh yeah, I do remember that now. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, it's Mario with the wing cap, isn't it? Nice. I totally forgot about that. I haven't like played and explored that game in years. And that's always something that you skip. Okay, yeah, I did pick up the key. Am I missing a chest? I feel like I'm missing a chest. I know which one I'm missing. I remember Malin's brooch being Bowser. It's hard for me to keep them straight because in the Game Boy Link's Awakening, there's a girl that's obviously a reference to her named Marin, so I call them by the wrong name all the time. Shit. I think I need, yeah, one screen up? Yeah, this is the one. This dungeon is dangerous. I think that's her character model, but I think it's a different character. They do that a lot in Majora's Mask, where the characters have models that are reused. I already lost count of the amount of items I've gotten in the dungeon. So, I mean, don't reinforce that too heavily. I hate this room. Nope. God. This room is called Hellway for a reason. Nope, stop that. Okay. Gonna try and get health. Okay. We're alright. Everything's fine. Okay, so... Man. Yeah. Yeah, the anti-fairies turn into fairies when you sprinkle powder on them. Also, the what are called the bunny beams also do that, but you have to get them before they start moving. That's unfortunate. I really needed to throw that bomb, because now I have to go back up there. It's really hard to avoid taking damage when you have boots and no sword, because you want to dash everywhere, but the sword is what prevents you from just running straight into enemies, like I almost did there. And this is a late game Dark World dungeon. I think this is dungeon 4 in the Dark World, and I have 6 hearts, so... But you end up needing to do this a lot, just because there's literally no entry requirements other than being able to get to Dark World. I don't even think you need to be able to, like, keep your form. So I don't think you need the Moon Pearl. I think it's literally just... Get out of the way. Come on. Give me that. Give me that. Alright. Here we go again. Let's not do this fast and just try to do it safe, and then... Nope. 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 That's pretty bad. I didn't have powder equipped anymore. That room sucks. It's like one of the worst rooms in the game. This is actually probably should duck out, but I really wanted to do that. Because I don't have any means of damaging the boss, so even if I get the boss spawned, which you have to spawn by doing something, I won't be able to fight it, and that takes the fight off script, because if you just fight it at the same time you spawn it with a sword, there's a script you can follow to get a pretty consistent fight. Otherwise, he's a nightmare. So, but we're going to open up the... God, why did it do that? We're gonna do the bomb, though, because that means we don't have to come back upstairs. Come on. Oh, he tried. He tried. That would have been the safer thing to do the first time. I forget about Hookshot's utility a lot. I'd probably remember if I played a category that used the hookshot more, other than Randomizer. But you don't get hookshot in Master Sword, so... Okay. So we can duck out of Thieves Town now. Series S, aren't those like $100 cheaper? Okay, so that's more in line with what you would expect, because that's still a $50 markup from retail. Still very easily a scam. What I should have done instead of save quitting was I should have death warped back to the entrance since I needed to be here anyway, but I forgot that I didn't check some stuff down here. Before we grab him, so we can get back here, I believe. I want to do the digging game because we can't do it with him following us. This lady doesn't like him. Oh yeah. There it is. Guaranteed to dig that up in the first 30 attempts. It's a nice thing that they did, because otherwise it was RNG in the base game, which would not be a lot of fun in the randomizer. Okay, so now let's see. Mess, chest. Grove. Yeah, we're gonna go check some other stuff before we save quit. If we had the mirror, we could go straight up and bring him home and then come back, but we don't have the magic mirror yet. So in order to get him to the light world, we have to save and quit. Before we do that, we want to check everything that we could check in this section of the dark world so we don't have to immediately come back. There's a sword, yes. That's good. That is good. There we go. If we could get... let's see, what do we really need right now? What are we really missing? So... sword should open some stuff up for us. Okay. So this is Hype Cave. Hype Cave's named Hype Cave because in a much older version of the randomizer, you were nearly guaranteed to get a progression item. That's the Master Sword. That's really good. That puts Aghanim into logic. Blue Tunic increases our survivability. So that's a good Hype Cave. That's a really good Hype Cave. With that, we should save and quit. We'll bring the smith home, and then we will go right back to Thieves Town, because we can finish it now. We want to go to Sanctuaries closer. It's actually going really well. Like, this is a really good set of utility items. There's a lot of stuff that's fairly open. If we could get the mirror, then Dark World's like wide open. And seeing as we only have five Dark World dungeons that are required, it could go pretty quick if I don't... I ran into that lady. If I don't have to dungeon dive for items in the Dark World, then we could do them pretty fast. Hammer would be good. Hammer and mirror are like the two things that we really want. I took the dwarf friend back to his friend, so he's back where he belongs. Let's see, so Dwarven Smiths, nothing. You could take him with you for a long time. Like, if it's not convenient to bring him home, then you can, like, walk around with him for a while. And that can be pretty funny, but there are certain NPCs that won't interact with you. Like, the lady that runs the digging game doesn't want to talk to you if you have him following you. It's great, though, because the Dark World changes people into, like, forms that reflect what's in their heart. He's a frog. And so that's pretty cool. Whenever you're in the Dark World, he's a frog. Link is a bunny at heart. That's why they're called bunny beams, is they turn you into your Dark World form, whether you have the Moon Pearl or not, for a limited period of time. And it removes your ability to use items and stuff like that. So when you first get to the Dark World, Link is a bunny. And that's pretty great. I'm interested to know the answer to that too. Especially since you're self-declaring it. Alright, that was very good. That was bad. Man, you're not the only person I know that would say that. All right, can you let me through? Ooh, that was a nice shot. Okay, so we've got one key going into the basement. I mean, that's a pretty fair point. Alright, well, I won't kill you then. Flute, excellent. Yes. That helps a lot with routing. That's both a fair point and not entirely accurate. They're more like drunks. Oh, yeah, we can't get that. We don't have the hammer. Okay. Alright, here's a really scary fight. So that's 3 hits. Already off script. That's okay. Maybe. Nope, that's not okay. Okay. That's okay, because we have the flute now. We can go and get some safeties and come back, which is what I'm going to do. Oh, we don't have mirror. Can't do that fast. Let's see. What does this check? Dwarven Smiths did that. Okay. So, let's see. Tracker. Do tracker. Anything else I'm missing from the tracker? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Alright, so let's go and work on Skullwoods. That's okay. That's a really hard fight at the best of times because he does 1 damage touching. His red balls do 1 damage, and his lasers do 2 damage. I have 6 health. That and no matter how upgraded all of your stuff is, everything does the exact same amount of damage to him. Platypus is an awesome animal. I'm a fan of the platypi. Okay. See, that's solid logic right there. I like this discussion. This is a good discussion. Nothing's off the table. What about you, Kat? What animal do you self-identify as? If you said it already, I missed it. Let's see. Ooh. I know. I want to get grabbed by the hand. I mean, unless that's legitimately the answer. I'd have a hard time believing it, though. Have to back it up with some solid reasoning. Okay, we just saved ourselves a key. Actually, arrows damage mummies? Yes, they do. Good. So there's another key, which allows us to get out. Have the big key. Oh, yes. That's hard. Okay. So now we need to leave. Oh, you haven't given your answer yet. Try to fool me. It's not specifically intended, but it's also not specifically not intended. It's really difficult to execute. Have to hit the stars first. Mini Moldorms, man, they're out for blood. Small key in the big key chest. That's pretty good. Okay. Oh, wait. No, yeah. Yeah. No, we're leaving now. Leaving this area and going to the other area. You and Matt are a parakoala. Oh no, he revised to platypus. I had to do this room the other day with no means whatsoever to damage the mummies. And that was not fun. Okay. They're every little kid's nightmare. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. We're still at the entrance, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, fun fact about the hands in this game. When you are, they're called wall masters. When you are falling down a pit, they can grab you when you're just like a tiny little pixel. Because when Link falls down a pit from one floor to the next floor, like his sprite shrinks until it's just a single pixel. Well, the wall masters can still grab you if you are just a single pixel on screen. They're pretty awful. Let's see. Where is this? I am forgetting something. No, I'm not. That's... Ooh. We'll give that a sec. Okay, yeah. There we go. Thought I was forgetting something. I don't think I'm forgetting something. I keep forgetting I have a sword. Hey, Matt, you want to come over here and play it? Prove your mastery. Not that way. Yeah, this shit ain't easy. That's fine. We're still right at the entrance. What's really bad about this dungeon is with how many times you walk outside, it's really easy to accidentally die outside if you walk outside with low health. And if you die outside, then you're gonna go all the way back to wherever. I mean, I believe you saying that, mainly because I would never really suspect him. Probably didn't need that. I don't know, Matt. You could be a great liar. Have you tried? Have you checked? Okay, we're going to do that because it's faster. No, that's fine. That was intentional. It's faster to get back to the entrance that way. We're about to fight a boss, and we want to have full health as we can get. Wonder if it takes damage from arrows. I don't know that I've ever been in the position to check. Okay, this is a really hard one. Missed it. There it is. That's really hard to do. Ooh, we don't have half magic. Need to take that a little bit slow. Not sure I have enough. I think I have enough. Should have enough. That's a really fun room when you have half magic, because you can just come in there and just spam constantly. Come on. Let's see, can I do this, or am I gonna get locked out? I got locked out, okay. Just trying to respawn the anti-fairy. Okay, so that's a little bit bad. Let's see. See, it's better to tell half-truths, especially in a game like that that just focuses on lying. Let's see. I can't do that. I don't have enough magic. This is a bad situation to be in. God damn it. Corner walking. Come on. That's fine. Honesty is the best policy. It gave me... No, that was the magic that I had. But that should have respawned the pots. Do you play with people that you know really well? It was like totally not worth it. Did you get out of the way? Come on. Okay. Yeah, see, I've never played Among Us, but that's one of the reasons why people probably wouldn't like to play, is because I would just never tell the truth, but not in a way that, like, is, like, aiming at victory. Oh my god, one short. Okay. We're gonna come back for the boss. We don't have enough magic to do that. Ooh, we don't have a bottle. I might. We need to go and activate the flute. Wasted a lot of time in that dungeon, trying to make it work. It would have been great to pull off. Never got my animal at heart? You're right, you didn't. I was trying to think of it, like, while you were talking, and then I got distracted. Because that is a really complicated dungeon that I didn't want to forget anything in, but it's also the only one that I can do pretty consistently without a map. So my animal at heart. I don't know. We do have a lot of options. It's just trying to evaluate which ones are going to give the best chance of something. The flute helps a lot because it makes it really fast to traverse the overworld. So we're gonna go and do a check that I skipped. Weathervane just became a real bird. He became a duck. He became a duck that flies you around the map. And that's actually what I was gonna say, was like, I really like my runner ducks. So I think I might have to go with that as my animal at heart. So I have 5 ducks and I really like them. They're a lot of fun. Ooh, vanilla ice rod location. Is this even randomized? They're doing great. They're full size. They won't lay eggs until next year, because their egg laying cycle is based off of the light cycle. And obviously we're in short days now. Yes, I have 5 runner ducks. Get out of my way. Ah! Okay. Old man kisses. Yes, I have 5 runner ducks. 2 of them are black, 2 of them are brown, and 1 of them is fawn. It would get more views than I do. Ducks are the only birds that I do not hate, so I'm like right there with you. cute animals always win. Like, there would be no way that I could compete with them. Okay, red rupee. Okay, so I can't get that one. We need to go to East Death Mountain. We have the hook shot, we can do that. No, okay. Excuse me. Come on, there we go. Okay, so first one we want to do is, so we need to go, shit. I was looking at the Dark World map, just like, wait, there's checks there that I can do. Why are they not listed? Okay, so we don't have the mirror, so we can't delete that block. It's a really fun glitch to show off if I have the mirror. If you push the mirror and then press the mirror button while you're pushing the block just is deleted from existence. Because you're interrupting the block pushing with something that's supposed to change the map, but it doesn't change the map because it doesn't work in caves. It's really funny to see somebody that has recently learned that trick and tries to use it too often, and they inevitably end up using it in a dungeon, and that causes you to warp back to the entrance of the dungeon, waste a bunch of time. There's some nice checks in here. This cave is called Paradox Cave. The reason being that... Ooh, there's bottles. I have to remember to hit Bug Kid now. I'll not forget Bug Kid. One of the holes that you can drop down in actually takes you to a floor above it. And so it's a paradox, and that's why it's called Paradox Cave. Oh, come on. Mini Moldorms. Everything has a nickname. Like, some games don't have very creative nicknames, but just about everything has a nickname. But Magic Mirror is excellent. That would have saved us a ton of time if we had come here earlier. The main reason why everything has a nickname in Randomizer is because it makes it easier to remember things based off of like a quick name. Because otherwise I would be calling this the second cave on East Death Mountain in the Light World. But Paradox Cave tells you exactly where it is and what it is. So a lot of things have a nickname just to make it easier to communicate if you're playing with somebody else. There's some really funny like memes about skips in speedrunning community. Like there's I can't remember what game it was, but they found a way to skip something, and then they found a way to skip the skip, so it was the blank skip, and then they found a way to skip that, so it was the blank skip. I really like jokes like that. Okay, red rupee. The cave is pretty fast to check with boots, but oh, we don't have hammer though. We need to go back up. Okay. So let's see. That's the wrong cave. This is one area of the game that I'm super bad at remembering because I never come here in the vanilla game. I only started coming here when I started playing Randomizer because there's a bunch of checks over here, but there's like literally no reason to ever come to this area in the base game. Like, there's a shop, but that is completely pointless. Like, there's no reason you would ever need to visit. Okay, floating island. Get out of my way, Deathrock. What is floating island? Get out of my way. 10 arrows, okay. And what is Turtle Rock entry? We're not in the Dark World, we don't know. Okay, actually, now that we check that, going to flute back to Dark World. Or, not Dark World, Death Mountain. We're going to flute back to Death Mountain. We're going to come in here and get Old Man Kisses again because we don't have very much health. And let's see. Oh, I can do spin speed again. Yes, Old Man Kisses. If you go in there and talk to the old man, he recovers your health. So we call it Old Man Kisses. Because you just go up and give him a smooch and then walk out. You can also get Princess Zelda Kisses, but nobody wants Princess Zelda Kisses. Old Man Kisses is where it's at. Yeah, that was spin speed. I got it on first try, which is something that I haven't done very often. So let's see, this is the Ether Tablet, 100 rupees. There's that and that. We could go into Tower of Hera, but it's not required, so we're going to try and skip it if we can. So now we're going to check Bug Kid. This is not a good check to forget. Are there always creepy old men in Zelda? Because it's a Japanese video game. No, we can't do that fast. Checkerboard Cave, Desert Palace. Graveyard Ledge. Ooh. Got a lot of options and a lot of them suck. We could go into Ice Palace, but I really hate Ice Palace. If I have to go into Ice Palace anytime soon, you're gonna see me stop and pull up a map. That's how bad I am at Ice Palace. Okay. Let's check Meyer. Let's see, Meyer Shack. We can also check Meyer Entry. Meyer Entry is Ether, so we can get into Meyer. Out of my way. Is Meyer required? Misery Meyer is required. Wait, is it? I didn't update the Dark World dungeons. Kane. Okay, we can both enter and finish Meyer. Forgot Ice Rod. That's what I forgot. Okay. So Meyer's required. What's not required? Swamp Palace is not required. Ice Palace is not required. It might be required because it's a green pendant, but it could also be required if it's a pedestal seed, which I hope it isn't. That would really ruin a lot of things. If it's a pedestal seed, I probably can't finish on time. I don't... they don't have a mic, no. I'm still using my normal mic. There's no way that these would have a nice enough mic that would be better than my mic setup. just because they're not really intended for that. Okay, so we can skip that entry, go back into Desert Palace and finish Desert Palace. Yeah, no, they don't have a mic. They're pure audio. Kind of forgotten that we needed to come back here. They are made by Mangird, Mangird, and they're the tea model. Tea as in the drink. Yeah, that was rude. Okay, I think we need to go through here. Okay, that's good. Okay, I thought there was more magic. Let's see. Yeah, that's enough. Okay, good. It's gonna be really upset if we were magic gated again. Alright. Give me health. No, that's not health. So... Damn. Almost a 2 cycle. Almost a 3 cycle. Just take the arrow, come on. You're the only person I've ever seen reference that movie. There we go. That could have been really fast if I had executed that right. Dude, nobody ever references that movie. Like, ever. Come on. Do you think that movie was popular? Okay, that's full magic. That's good. Okay. So Desert Palace is done. You're gonna argue that... Excuse me. You're gonna argue that Tremors was a popular movie. Like, I mean, you may have enjoyed it, but that does not a popular movie make. Yes, Kevin Bacon was in it when he started to run out of drug money. Let's see. Swamp Palace. It's about, like, weird alien worms that burst out of the ground. It is a budget sci-fi thriller. Matt, you are not going to convince anybody that it was a good movie. Like, it's an enjoyable movie. It's a hilarious movie. It's not a good movie. Ah. Okay. Skullwoods. Skullwoods is required, right? Yeah, Skullwoods is required. Okay, Princess Bride is a great movie. We're not gonna put those two things in the same category. You're not allowed to mention The Princess Bride in the same paragraph as Tremors. I like both movies, but let's pay some respect. Princess Bride is an excellent movie. Like, I used to watch that movie with my kids when they were very young because it's like a quiet movie that they would fall asleep to, but also it was reasonably enjoyable for me to watch. Same with Studio Ghibli movies. Oh, come on. Okay, come on. Mummies, behave. Studio Ghibli movies are amazing. They're magical movies. I have ownership of questionable legality of them. I have the ability to watch them whenever I feel like. That's good enough for me. Oh, I thought I could go back through that. That was a waste. Okay, this is going to be rough. This boss takes damage from silvers. This might be okay. But this is a rough boss fight. It doesn't... That's bad. That's bad. Why didn't you come with anything, bottle? I'm not a magic, so this is just... Oh, that's bad. Yeah, and I wouldn't argue that 7 of them are worth watching, Matt. That's extremely generous. Then again, you're a really big fan, and I get that, but... Right. We don't have much. Studio Ghibli characters make excellent tattoos because they have sharp borders. A tattoo like that would age really well, so that's a direct sponsorship of that idea. We only have one bottle. Let's check. Yeah, we only have one bottle. That's fine. A great and powerful fire demon, Calcifer! Okay. Mononoke is an excellent movie. Kiki's Delivery Service is also an excellent movie. Howl's Moving Castle is an excellent movie. Spirited Away is an excellent movie. The Cat Returns, though. The Cat Returns is my favorite. I watch that movie a ton with my girls. Cat Returns is excellent. My Neighbor Totoro is great. I have a cat bus on the dashboard of my truck. It's my traveling buddy. Okay. Another excellent Ghibli movie that a lot of people have not seen is Porco Rosso. It's an excellent movie if you like airplanes. Jinro, the Wolf Brigade. Oh, don't do this to me. Come on. Yeah, that movie's like an excellent example of like 80s serious anime. Like 80s had a lot of anime that wasn't really serious. It had a lot of like gag anime and stuff like that, but that movie was deadly serious all the time. Where did Jimmy know again? It's fine. It's fine. We'll give this another attempt and then we'll come back later with better stuff. I really don't like this boss fight, but there we go. All right. That boss really sucks because not only is the floor moving, but so not only is the floor moving and there are spikes on all the walls and those spikes move across the map and everything like that. Those are all horrible things, but the main reason why that fight sucks is if you attack Mothula when it is near the spike walls, it's coded to not take damage from the spikes, which means that you also don't do damage if you slap it into the spikes. So I hit it about 3 times with the Master Sword, and it didn't take damage from them because I smacked it into the spikes, and that negates the damage. So if you don't know that, that fight can be absolutely brutally hard, because you can slash him 32 times and not kill him if you keep hitting him into the spikes. Yeah, that's one to consider for when you actually get around to playing this game, Matt, because yeah, that would absolutely ruin someone. Okay, let's see. What do I need to do now? Oh, this is... Oh, right, we can get into Mire. We might want to do that. Why is Mire yellow? Okay. Why is Mire yellow? Yes, Matt has it. He just is bad at playing games that he owns, which is an understandable problem. I am also bad at playing games that I own. I don't have magic, so... Oh, I do have magic. Whatever, I have more magic now. It's not that, we want that. You seem to actually be sticking with games a lot more lately. Every time I ask you about games lately, you seem to be playing the same ones. Are you having a hard time staying focused, Matt? Because that's like... I told you, that's like specifically the problem that I have with games like that, is I never finish the story because there's just too much to do. And then I never finish anything because there's too much to do. Cyberpunk is almost here. I heard a whole lot of controversy about it today. What else is new, though? It seems like people have nothing but complaints. either because they can't play it yet or there's all other problems. Yeah, what I heard today was that one of the reviewers had a grand mal seizure while playing it because there was a red and blue alternating strobe effect at the exact hertz that people use to induce seizures for medical epilepsy tests. And there is no way to turn off the flashing effects in the game, and there was no warning on the review copy that there were going to be flashing effects. And so the reviewer had a seizure, and then posted their review saying that they had a seizure, and then Twitter proceeded to send her a ton of videos of flashing lights trying to induce a seizure because she criticized their object of worship. So that's what I read about today. That's the internet being the internet, and entitled gamers being entitled gamers. Yeah, it's a pretty terrible thing to do, especially since seizures can be fatal. It's absolutely a shitty thing to do, but we're talking about internet trolls who are absolutely shitty people, so it's not really unexpected. It's just shitty that it happened. Okay. Fuck it. We're going for it. Okay. I could have used Cane of Burna to do that. Yeah, I mean, trolling can be good. It would have been a bigger move if I didn't die, Matt. Yeah, that counts as getting it. I have those keys now. I just could have done it without dying if I had remembered that I had an invincibility item. Damn. I hate this room. You have to go through this room every single time you go to the entrance of the dungeon, and it's always awful. You have to kill everything in this room to proceed, and that eye Cyclops statue is just designed to ruin your day. And this is also another one of those dungeons that I struggle to remember the locations of everything. I think I wanted to go... No, you cannot destroy the Cyclops statues using any means in this game. It's not like Ocarina of Time where you can kill them with bombs. Okay, is this it? I don't think I have to go to this room, but I used a key to get here, so I think I'm committed to it now. That is one way to flip the switches, but there's a better, faster way. Not using that, no. Don't need to use a key there. No, I don't want to warp either. I've already walked this far back. It wouldn't have been faster. This dungeon's extremely complicated, and I really don't like it. This and Ice Palace are probably my two least favorite dungeons in the game. Forget about this chest a lot. Big key, that's cool. I can't get across that pit. Okay. Mansion in Twilight Princess is pretty good. Compass? Are you kidding me? Oh well. That's fine. It's fine, everything's fine. Oh, I know why this is yellow. I know why this is yellow. In order to beat this, I'll have to go through a dark room, so I might not be able to do that. No, that's wrong. This fucking dungeon. Let's see, do I have magic? Yellow, on my tracker, area that's yellow means that that check can be performed, but you can't do it in logic. You would have to either use a glitch or something like that in order to get to it. And so this dungeon itself is not yellow, but the boss is yellow because I can't get to the boss without pressing a switch in a dark room, which is not considered in logic. Okay, and now it's time for a trick that I am very bad at. Let's see if we can do this. Okay, that's 2. That's 3. Alright. Let's go. Those blocks have a brief period where they don't have a hitbox while you're pushing them. That's actually the first time I've ever done that. I usually only get like 1 or 2 of them. And that gives us a nice break where we wait for this room to expand, to drop down here, to perform a single check. Tempered sword. It's pretty good. I am trying very hard. I have lost count of the dungeon though, so I think yeah, no, we're gonna duck out, but we are going to duck out with a mirror instead of save and quit because there's a check nearby that we can do since we're in the dark world. No, actually it helps me not overthink things. The only thing I'm worried about is forgetting to add something to the tracker. Alright, thanks for coming by and watching. I appreciate it. Okay, so here we have Checkerboard Cave. It's that one. There we go. We're pretty low on health, so we might as well get that one. Lower than I want to be. Okay, so... Oh, thank you. That's awesome. I look forward to seeing you back. Let's see, so... Ooh, we need to do Dark World. Dark World Death Mountain checks. That's what we need. Rocks! 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 Come on. Okay. That's fine. It's not fine. That was a lot of damage to take from rocks. Should be okay. Get indoors. I took a ton of rocks to the face. There's a recommended amount of rocks to the face that you should take, and it is 0, and that was significantly less than what I took. I love the pancake stacks, they're great. Okay, so this is Super Bunny Cave. Super Bunny Cave is Super Bunny Cave because you can perform the checks here if you don't have the Moon Pearl. So if you're still a bunny, you can perform the checks, hence why it's Super Bunny Cave. There is a faster way to do this check, but I don't remember it. Okay, and there's nothing. Oh wait, no, we don't need to. We can't mirror anyway, but we don't need to. Let's see. Super by cave, yeah. So we can also check Hookshot Cave. The reason that Hookshot Cave is called Hookshot Cave will become obvious when we enter Hookshot Cave. Let's see. There's a route to do this that takes the least amount of backtracking. It doesn't involve falling, so that's right out. Golden sword. Golden sword is good. We are pretty well kitted out. Yeah, that's the way. Falling is usually frowned upon, but it's faster now, so, you know. Rebel, I don't do what people tell me. What did we just get there? Oh yeah, golden sword. I guess we can update the tracker to say that. So, Quake Medallion is Turtle Rock, which means we can't enter Turtle Rock. We need Hammer to enter Turtle Rock anyway. Which means that we are done on Dark World Death Mountain. So we need to save and quit. Some of the alien skulls come to life and chase after you. It sounds cool, it's not really cool. Let's see, so we want to do... we need to dip in a pod, that's what we need to do. Yeah, there's one that we might be able to check soon. I will tap it to show you if I can remember which one it is. Let's see. So this is kind of an unfortunate set of items to have. In a lot of ways, it's really good because we have a lot of utility, we have a lot of damage, and we have some defense. But we're missing a very crucial item that is very good to have, that I really want to have, and that is the hammer. Because without the hammer, the only Dark World portals you have are the ones in Skullwoods, or the Lost Woods that leads to Skullwoods, and the one in the desert area that leads to Misery Mire. Which means if we want to do... Oh, we can't... Wait. How is that in logic? We can't go this way. How? Yeah, no, we can't dip into pod. Okay, but there's more checks that we can do. We're not quite desperate, but we are running low on checks. Yeah. Okay. We don't need that. We wanna... no, there's no chance of no finish. It will be beatable. It's just that there's only a couple places left to check, and most of them are long checks, which is why I haven't checked them yet. Let me real quick make sure that we have everything updated on the tracker, just because I'm real paranoid about that now. So, every seed is guaranteed beatable. It's very, very uncommon for anybody to find any problems with that. I think this one. No? One of these. This one? I swear to God. I thought it was one of those. Okay, so we got Bombo's tablet. I am Error Easter egg. Have you ever... there's a book on bad video game translations. It's called I Am Book Bad Translations Video Games. If you have never heard of it, I would recommend it. It explains error a little bit, I believe. Okay, so... That's a naughty check, okay. So there is a thing in... there's a thing in Dark Kakariko that I should have checked before I came over here, but I forgot. And we can also go in and kill Blind, which I believe is gating our last item in Thieves Town. Because I forgot to mark the tracker for Thieves Town, so I don't know how many items are in Thieves Town right now. All I know is there can be a maximum of 2, and I can only check one of them. And that is the one that you get by beating Blind. But we have the ability to go and purchase safety, so that won't be as scary. Wait, didn't I beat Blind? Did I forget to update that? Okay, I think I did beat Blind. Oh yeah, we can check the map when we go back out. That'll tell us whether we've beaten Blind or not. This is a lot of stuff to keep in your head. Ten arrows. That's not what you want to see. Let's see. So we can't get back to our warp point, which means we have to go back to Dark World, but we have to do that to do our next check. So let's see. First, before I forget. So it doesn't look like we beat Blind. So we'll go and do that now. We beat Mothula, we did not beat Blind. So we'll go back to Light World, teleport to the potion shop, get a safety potion. If I was a master of execution in this game, we wouldn't have to do this, but Blind is a scary fight. And I am not ashamed of needing a potion. We might as well buy this, we have a shitload of money. Just in case we don't use it on Blind, it'll be better overall to have it for later because it gives magic. Yeah, but I don't play Dark Souls for speed, so death is less punishing when you're not playing for speed. Lots of lag in this dungeon. I don't know if I don't think there's a good lag reduction strategy for that dungeon. Probably could have gotten a safety heart. So that's 3 hits. potion territory. It's actually past potion territory. It doesn't matter what I have equipped. He doesn't take damage from any of that. Okay, come on. There it is. Had enough health to tank through that. Okay, so there is Quake Medallion. Thank you. Quake Medallion wasn't the item I wanted to see. I wanted to see Hammer. Oh, I shouldn't take that completely off. Let's see. Let's see, where is it? I don't know how to make it come back. We just need to remember that there's an item in Thieves Town basement. Or there is potentially an item in Thieves Town basement. Actually, we can check. Okay, we could say with reliable certainty that there is an item in Thieves Town basement that requires the hammer. Because I do not believe we were missing a small key. It's either a small key in the big chest or it's an item, but I believe that I got all of the small keys, so I do not believe it's a small key. Let's see. So when we are resorting to pulling Graveyard Ledge, things have gotten desperate. If this is not the hammer, it's the lamp. What does that open for us? That opens checks in Hyrule Castle. It opens Old Man. Mainly because this is a very time-consuming check, so you only really check it when you're really running out of options. And part of the reason why it's desperate is because there's a possibility you missed a check if it gets down to this. Yeah. Or just the idea that you missed something, which would be really, really annoying to recover from. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, the randomizer is a puzzle, but it's also a puzzle that makes the most sense to try and complete as fast as possible. Because if you're going for 100% item completion or something like that, then there's not really a reason to play randomizer. Like, the point of shuffling everything around is to finish as fast as you can with the least amount of stuff as possible, to kind of see how you deal with situations. Stop that. Okay, that's a piece of heart. So we're going into Hera. Hera is not required in this seed, but there are a couple of checks in Hera. Hera's a pretty fast dungeon. God. Rocks to the face. Okay, there's spin speed first try again. Spin speed's really hard to control. That's why I stay away from the ledges, because falling off the ledges saves, or it loses a lot more time than spin speed saves. So you don't want to fall off the ledge. Oops, I forgot that was still there. Okay, so Hera, we can probably either dip really fast if we find something good, or complete up to Moldorm. I do not want to fight Moldorm. switch. Thank you. Okay. Believe it or not, this could be good health. Map is not a good find. Map is not a good find because I don't have a small key yet. Oh, that sucks. Hit the switch, come on. Okay, we don't want to have low health because we can't go into basement. We would want low health going into basement because there's a very slow room in basement, and if we have low health, we can go to the bottom of the basement, do the check there, and then die and go back to the entrance. Technically, it's not faster at all because I have mirror, but it's a way to recover health, so if the alternative is dying, it's faster to waste a few seconds than it is to die. Yes, I killed several tentacles. They are pretty not fun enemies. Shit, I forgot you need to do the bottom one. Or the top. That's alright. He's on the bench anyway because he's not better than what I use as mains, so he probably won't hear from all the way back there. There's a small key. This is really bad item placement for Hera. Let's see. Damn it. That's bad. I wanted to be on the pegs. Being on the pegs gives you basically infinite iframes. Not being on the pegs means you can't dodge these, which combined with pretty low health can be pretty bad. Especially since there's mini Moldarms in the next room, and mini Moldarms do not like me. It makes a skull pattern, so that's the last one. Ooh, he was out for blood. Alright. All that for a red rupee. So, we can safely leave. We do not have the compass yet, which means that Moldarm has the compass, and Hera is not required, so there is no reason whatsoever to stay. Gonna remove it from my tracker. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, but... Okay, so... Oh wait, no, there is one other thing to do before we finish Mire. We need to check Hyrule Castle. If I'm wrong, and I'm never wrong, they're headed right into the fire swamp. Okay, so we could have checked these earlier. I'm gonna be upset if the hammer is once again in something that I could have checked earlier and did not. This is not really what I want to see. Small key, small key. I probably should have got that. Should not. And as we all know, to blave means to bluff. So you were probably gambling, and he cheated. Marriage. Marriage is what brings us together today. Marriage. That blessed arrangement, that dream within a dream. I love the priest. That's one of my favorite things to quote, is the priest, because for that specific reason. It's so ridiculous. So unexpected the first time you watch that movie. And this serious-looking priest pops out with that stuff. I've never had gold sword coming down here before. Like, I have never come down here with a gold sword. Man and wife. Say man and wife. Man and wife. Oh, you mean this kinky? Map. I do not think that this... I think we're to the end, actually. So that did not result in anything for us. Yeah. It's absolutely, totally, and in all other ways inconceivable. Okay, so we checked Old Man, checked Hyrule Castle. Oops, that wasn't Hyrule Castle, that was Ag. Okay, Ag and M can come back. Ooh. Let's do another check before we go back to Misery. Misery Mire is aptly named. I hate that place. I'm like not avoiding it right now because I don't want to go back to it, but I'm avoiding it right now because it's not faster to go to it right now. Because like the last thing to do is to fight the boss there. I did not try Cadence of Hyrule. I haven't bought it yet. I did play Crypt of the Necrodancer. What am I doing? Why isn't Bumper Cave? Man, I was absolute dog shit at fucking Crypt of the Necrodancer. Okay. Yeah, it's built for speedrunning, but it's also built for people that are really good at rhythm games. And I used to be really good at rhythm games, but now I am not good at rhythm games, and I don't really want to prove that. Okay. I say that because I played Crypt of the Necrodancer, and it was extremely hard. It's not the beat, it's not staying on the beat that, it's avoiding enemies that move when you move. Like, I can stay on the beat, but I make wrong direction moves all the time because I just focus more on staying to the beat than actually where I'm moving and where I should be moving, especially with really erratic movement patterns, like the enemies that move one space, one turn, and 2 spaces the next. Hey! Stop that. get out of here. Yeah, I didn't fight the boss because I did not have a lamp. Oh, I already checked that, though. I am pretty sure I have done everything except the boss. I am pretty sure. Let's see, where's the... I'm trying to think of the best way to get to the boss. I think it's this way. Okay, we have low health, but that's not a problem. Just this room, we can maximize our health. Because there's a bunch of anti-fairies, and there's a bunch of bunny beams. Don't mess with me. Okay. Ooh. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Okay, we want to come in here with full health. This boss is kind of scary. Even though we have silvers, which is really, really good, this boss is very, very scary. Mainly just because we have low health. It's a lot less scary if you don't have low health. Okay. So... I didn't need to do that. You only need to do that if you've hit the switch already, and because every time you leave the dungeon it resets. I did the same thing last time. Because I've had to double dip Meyer a lot. Double dipping being going into a dungeon, getting everything you can, leaving it, and then coming back later with items that allow you to finish it. Sometimes it's required. It kind of sucks when it's required, but... Yep. Metroid style. Okay. Alright. Hate that guy. I always end up doing this fight with low health. Like, low maximum health. This time I have no safeties. This fight sucks. That green liquid does damage, unless you come over here. Okay. Stop that. Stop that. I need to get over here. Okay. Shit. That was stupid. Okay. You're starting a new thing. What's the new thing that you're starting? Yeah, that was 100% my fault, too. I tried to face towards him so that I could use silver arrows, but I stepped too far. I tried to turn without moving forward, which is really difficult to do. Double dipped instead of Metroided. That's very good. I like anytime you can relate things to ice cream. I'm down for it. And double dipped seems like it refers to ice cream. So okay, Cyclops. There we go. So yeah, that whole floor is supposed to be coated with damage tiles. They just did not extend it all the way to the side. So that's kind of an exploit. Oh, we're not going to be able to miss it now. That's fine. We can get health. We passed by the room with the anti-fairies in it. Bug net would be really nice, because that would allow us to get fairies. Another bottle would be nice. It would allow us to carry 2 potions instead of 0. I probably should be better at going to get berries. Okay. So this time we'll take it safe instead of going fast. I tried to use silvers last time, which is faster because they do more damage, but it's less safe because the bow has a lot of lag. Stop that. Oh, we can do this. Should be fine. Yeah. Come over here. Come over here. Come over here. Come on. Come on. Okay, well. Fine. You know what? Screw you, fairy. We'll do that, fairy, instead. You could just keep flying around there. Didn't want to cooperate, so I don't want to be your friend anymore. Okay, so full health. Oh, actually, I have another idea. This is what I should have done. Alright. That was a better fight. That was a better idea. So that's a small key, so I miscounted. That's kind of bad. I need to pull up a map really quick. Because I thought that that would have been an item, which means I either missed an item in there or something is going on. I was trying to do this without. Center, blah, blah, blah. So let's see what... I know what Are you fucking kidding me? I missed a really fast chest. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. And when you see this chest, you're gonna be like, "Oh, how could you possibly forget it?" It better be the hammer, because if it's not the hammer, I think I have to check spoiler log, which would be bad to do 2 seeds in a row. Okay, so we come over here. Normally, you wouldn't have to do this like exactly like this. Never got that small key, but it doesn't matter. Notice we have 3 small keys now. You don't really need a lot of small keys if you know how to do this dungeon. So come over here. Normally you would come here after going to that side, but I think I died. Boom! Chest right there. Bug net. Does bug net open anything? What? Huh. What? What am I missing? What the hell? Oh my god. Betcha I know what it is. I'm gonna go and confirm it, but I think I know what it is. It's gonna be faster to confirm it than committing to it. Because if it's not this, then... If it's not this, then I'm checking spoiler log. If I have to check spoiler log, all this execution is gonna be for naught, Matt. All this... Oh wait, we don't... We're not going to Dark World. Where we're going, we don't need Dark World. Yeah. Though I'm not actually sure it's possible that this is what we need. I haven't really been marking the... Just a little piece of love. We're checking spoiler log. Okay, so in order to do that, what I need to do is I need to save and quit. Let's see, I need to bring up on-screen display. Need to hit reset there. We'll check and make sure it's saved. Okay, yeah, it looks like it's saved. So, go into SNES, 2.3, Open Ganon, MGVDX. MGVDX. So go to downloads, MGVDX text document, and then we Control F, hammer again. Next. How? How? Okay, find what? Let's see. Is it flippers? Nope, flippers are in Ganon's tower. What the fuck? So I need... So the hammer is in Palace of Darkness. In order to get to Palace of Darkness, I would need either the flippers or the hammer. It's yellow on my tracker. Why? Oh. Oh, that's dirty. That's dirty. Okay. We're gonna see how far we can get before I need to turn the game off. So, here's what we need to do. Here's what we need to do. And this is absolutely the fucking dirtiest trick I have ever seen. This is the dirtiest trick a randomizer has ever pulled on me. So we need to get to Palace of Darkness. Palace of Darkness is in the same location as the Eastern Palace is in the Light World. That section of the Dark World is inaccessible to us without one of several things. So you cannot get to Palace of Darkness without A, the hammer, B, the flippers, or using the very last accessible, or the least accessible Dark World portal, which is the Dark World portal that you get for defeating Aghanim. And so Aghanim is not required because we need to defeat Aghanim for Lumberjack Hut. He is not required because we need him to pull Pedestal. We actually don't need to defeat Aghanim to pull the Master Sword from the pedestal and get the pedestal item. We just need the pendants to do that. However, we have to defeat Aghanim because that gives us the Dark World portal that would allow us to get to Palace of Darkness without the hammer or the flippers. This is an extreme fringe scenario that is absolutely incomprehensible to me. To the point where I was reading the spoiler log and I'm like, how the fuck do you expect me to get there? I can't get there without these items, and these items are locked. On the bright side, we never need flippers because it's in Ganon's castle. So we can for sure discount any flipper locked locations from needing to be completed. This is a ridiculous situation. Okay. You know what? Fuck you guys. There's not even any point. There's not even any point. No, there's no point to that either. I haven't actually done Aghanim's castle in a very long time. Once again, you don't go to Aghanim's castle in the category that I run. And it's a really, weird fringe coincidence that we need to go now. Oh, what's up? How are y'all doing? Oh, thank you. I just recently got that. Did you all come in to see Abigail of the Past? It's this one. Yes, there we go. All right, perfect. Okay. Abigail is best girl, so, I mean, you could disagree all you want, but we all know it's true. Okay, so we need to beat Aghanim. For extremely convoluted reasons that the randomizer is forcing me to do, which barely makes sense. So I guess we can count the blue balls. That's a thing that people do. So far, we're in perfect RNG for this fight. It's actually incomprehensibly good RNG. No, but it is a favorite of their fights to do. That's absolutely perfect RNG. That is zero blue balls. I have never gotten 0 blue balls before. That is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, and so that gives us access to Palace of Darkness. You can't be the only one that likes blue balls, Matt. You're not supposed to like blue balls, Matt. Okay, so at least we got to Palace of Darkness. At least we got to Northeastern Dark World. So that is excellent. So we got Kiki here. Kiki doesn't like violence, so if you take damage, Kiki's gonna leave. Okay, I guess it's not accurate to say he doesn't like violence. He likes violence, he just doesn't like violence against you. So you can murder all you want, but you cannot get touched. Oh wait, nope, this is Pod, not Eastern. Okay, so let's see how well I do at this dungeon. I don't really like this dungeon very much either, but it's mainly just because it's so often required because there's a lot of checks in it. Map, it gets that out of the way. Map is not what I want. I think it's lower left. Nope, it's upper left. You'd think I would remember the switch locations, but you'd be wrong. On the bright side, on our whirlwind tour of Hyrule, we are definitely kitted out. I mean, we're low on health, but that's fine. This is actually pretty decent health to have. We need a small key to enter the dungeon proper. Which we will definitely find in one of several locations that we can check. Yes, there we go. Yeah. Oh, right, I have boots. I could have done that with boots. Okay. I do. Which time? That's not bombs. So we have our small key. We have 2 small keys. That's pretty good, but we also haven't gotten any item checks yet. So we're really looking for our hammer. That's okay, I don't know how much of your knowledge is going to transfer over to this anyway, because everything's randomized. There's our hammer. Okay. We're in business. We can finally update the tracker. Oh, you started Dark Souls 3? That's excellent. Dark Souls 3 is a good game. Dark Souls 3 is arguably the best of the Dark Souls. So, you're in for a treat. It's the best experience. That is actually a really nice skill. If I had the ability to be bad but not terrible at everything, I think I would take it. Okay, so... Oh no, we don't want to do that. Let's redo that. I really like being able to hit that switch, and so I do it all the time, even when it's not a good idea. We're gonna reset that room. Dark Souls is a very good game, it just demands a lot of you. Let's see. Okay, this is really, really scary health. Coming into this dark room. Yeah, no, I don't like that. That makes it slightly safer. Okay, that's big key. That's good. Come on. Be nice. Be nice. I need to check the other. Big toss. Alright. Cool. Also, we got a full heal from that heart, so that wasn't as scary. But we did all that for a compass, so it's not that great. Actually, I don't think we really need to be doing checks anymore. Let's see, PoD is required, right? PoD is required, yeah. I don't think we need to be doing checks. We have most of the stuff. Okay. So we can go straight to the boss. We have silver arrows. That's going to make the boss a lot easier. You still have to use the hammer to break the mask, but after that, you can just do one silver arrow and the fight's over. Okay. Oh, that missed. He said, while I missed a shot. It's a stationary statue, too. Okay, so let's see. What do we still need to do? We still need to do Turtle Rock. Let's see, I'm going to confidently say that we're in go mode, though. Because I think that that hammer was literally the last possible thing we could have needed. Why are we a key short? Why are we a key short? That's bad. Oh. We're key short because I forgot to grab a key. It's definitely from at least two things. Let's see. Where am I going? Oh yeah. Didn't need to come back up here, but that's fine. Oh, you're doing that again. Let's try that. Nope. We reset the room. Okay. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we only need one small key. But we're going to grab more than one small key because I could be wrong. So there is another heart piece. So I was premature in calling no more checks because we still don't have dungeon completion, but we don't need to look for items anymore. Okay, 2 small keys. Should be good. I'm pretty sure we only need 1, but I also don't want to be wrong because it's slow to get there. Okay, yeah. Red tentacle didn't bother us that time. There we go. Let's do this again. So there's that. Could have gone aggressive, but we're low on health. I think there's an Innie Fairy down here that we can get. Now we can hope for drops from turtles. Turtles did not drop anything for us. So I really hope there's an Innie Fairy down here, otherwise this is going to be a scary fight. Okay. Okay, the turtles have gone rogue. I tried to do that room in the dark once. It didn't turn out very well. It went about as well as you would expect it to go. Okay. Oh, yeah. Nope. Yep, that's all bombs. Can we get one through the wall? Oh no, they're not going to come down in the thin walls. Alright, screw it, we'll just go for it. What's the worst that could happen? I don't like that. Do not tail whip. Okay. Ooh, I do not like that you're doing this. Oh, would you fucking stop? It's like the worst possible thing you could be doing. Ooh. Got greedy. Damn it. Oh, I had that fight. I was in the bag. Oh well. It's not that bad of a walk. Probably would have been the least amount of health I've ever beaten him at, though. Nope, we need the switch. Reset. Oh, we're out of arrows. Let's see. What should we do if we're out of arrows? Ah, you know what we can do. But that's helpful now. Okay. Want that to be red going into the basement. Not that one. King. Come on. There we go. Would have been faster for me to break it and reset it, but... Okay, good on arrows. So... just need to repeat these basement rooms. Want that. Play it a little bit more safe. Turtles have again gone rogue. Come on. Turtles have the weirdest hitbox. Alright, so... try and get a fairy grab through the wall again. Oh yeah, there's turtles. Yeah, let's go in at beeping, and we'll call it. Okay, yeah, no, we're good now. This should be fine. If I die with this setup, then that's gonna be a blot on my record. There we go. These blocks don't have a hitbox anymore because the boss is dead. Didn't even need the fairy. You're right, Matt, I should have just believed. I wasted time getting the fairy. Okay, so that is Eastern Palace complete. So now we just need to do Turtle Rock and we can do Ganon's Castle and Ganon. Can't believe we only have one bottle. Excuse me. After all those checks, we only have one bottle. Oops, that was wrong. Okay. Sorry, this is... There it is. Spin speed! Oh, he hit the cave. It's alright. Yep, hit the cave. It's better to hit the cave than it is to hit the cliff, though. Hitting the cliff loses a shitload of time. Okay, so... hit that guy every time if you dash right from off screen. It's slower to do that, but I really like to do it. I've been doing that since I was a kid. Okay. And we have Turtle Rock hammer pegs. That's not randomized. I suppose it could be. Yeah, it's always that order. Lower right, top, or left. I'm not really sure why it's not randomized, actually. It doesn't cost you anything. If it was something that required a consumable, then I could see not randomizing it, but... okay. So, Turtle Rock being required kind of sucks because I am not good at Turtle Rock. Oh wait, we want to check that. We're not looking for items, but we need keys, and some of them are in chests. Like that one. Okay. So that allows us to go up here through this door. So I don't think we have to go to the right-hand side ever. Let's see, so... yeah. Damn it. Come on. Damn. Damn. All right, we have a fairy. That's fine. As long as it still hits the switch. Didn't. Oh well. Come on. There we go. Red rupee, and we have no key, which means I was wrong and we have to go back to the other side. Damn it. I was really hoping we weren't going to have to do that. Okay, so I believe it's this one. I believe the top right is a troll room. Okay. Or you could do that. Thank you. So that's faster than riding around. Okay. I'm kind of sad that I missed Dano playing this game, because this is probably the game that I am best at in the entire world. And I both enjoy and do not enjoy watching people do things poorly that I am good at. Like, I hate it at work. Oh yeah, I'm definitely better at this than Super Mario RPG, despite the fact that I just hit that shock enemy and fell off because I need to hit it with something that won't shock me. I'm sure I probably would have hated it, but get out of the way. Okay, okay. Yeah, no, I'm very good at Super Mario RPG, but I am definitely better at this. I actually play this randomizer. I don't play the Super Mario RPG one because it requires a ton of game knowledge that I don't really have because of bosses being in random locations, they still hold like an HP modifier. So you have to really know which fights are worth fighting and which ones aren't. My Super Mario RPG speed, pretty bad. Like anything around like an early 3 hours is considered a good time. I believe mine is 5. Oh yeah, there's a randomizer for almost everything. There's a La Mulana randomizer. There is Ocarina of Time randomizer. There is, let's see, what's the other one that I have? Culex is pretty bad to get in a random boss slot. But what would be really bad is getting Valentina in the Culex spot, because Valentina has extremely strong magic, and that would give Valentina Culex's HP. Let's see, I think... because the boss's spell lists are also randomized, which means that Valentina can have some extremely nasty spells, and also giving her the HP of Culex is really, really bad. You would not want to see that. Did I do top or bottom last time? I think I did bottom. Yeah, I did bottom last time. Okay. Yeah, and there's a ton of fringe situations like that that you would need to be aware of in order to be good at the Super Mario RPG randomizer. That's just an example I can think of off the top of my head that I would not have thought of, but somebody else did. We have boss key. We have boss key. Ooh, but we need another small key, I think. Ah, that's not right. Wasn't there... Oh my god, I hate this dungeon. This one's the worst. Okay. Did I not get... Okay, I think I know what I did wrong. I think I know what I did wrong. That was definitely my fault. Wait, was that it? I don't know. Yeah, okay. Yeah. No, it's not your fault, Matt. I did the right thing. I did the right thing. I just didn't believe that I did the right thing. Alright, thanks for coming by. It was nice seeing you. Oh, I play pretty much nothing but SNES games right now, so... It's usually a safe bet. Small key here. No. God damn it. Okay, so I think it's going to be in the big chest. I could also be wasting time because there's another room that it could be in that has several checks in it, but we don't want to come back, so we're going to check the big chest. Okay, small key. That was a good decision. Because I think that we do use all the keys in this dungeon, or at least I will use all of the keys because I think I used one in a way that would not have been smart. Do not remember which... Nope, not that one. Set sprites. It's the hardest game I've ever speedrun. It kind of depends on your definition of hard. Ooh, that was... I've done some really execution-heavy stuff, like Mega Man X Buster Only is really, really hard, but it's also pretty short, and I did not do a lot of the extremely hard tricks. Oh, that's gonna hit me. It's gonna hit me too. I hate this room. Okay. It's a hell of a room to die in. Come on. Normally you would have this room memorized. I thought I did. Okay, so it's pretty inconvenient. So yeah, like, it's one of the reasons why we came out here is in case we died too. That resets our spawn point to there instead of being the very, very entrance of the dungeon, which would have been a massive time loss. But Mega Man games are really execution heavy, but I don't know if that's necessarily like a good definition of hard. Because I personally think a really long run is probably harder to learn and finish. Excuse me. Okay, no, we need to hit the switch in the middle. I just forgot where that is. Okay, there it is. That's the way. have to play a little conservatively. It's almost always faster not to die. It's something that's really hard to keep in mind. Okay. Alright, yeah, that's good. We can get another safety here. Because if we go out here and then out here, then we have another spawn point and we don't have to worry about dying. Please stay over there. Okay. Okay, so now we don't have to worry about dying. We could take as many tries at Tranex as we need. I am going to die and restore my health. Because Tranex is not a really scary boss, but I don't think that was enough health to do it. I'm almost guaranteed to take another hit or two. Okay, well that wasn't very good. Don't think I need those chests. I'm pretty sure we could just finish this dungeon, go to Ganon's castle. So the thing about Ganon's castle is, oh, I could, So the thing about Ganon's castle, the main thing that we need in Ganon's castle is the boss key. You're almost never going to need to get an item from Ganon's castle unless the randomizer has trolled you extremely hard. So because of that, basically everything in Ganon's castle is junk. So we only really need the big key. And so there's 22 checks in Ganon's castle. The big key can be in any of the 22 checks. So basically we're betting to see how many out of 22 we think it's going to be. Oh. Oh, that's bad. I don't have magic. I need magic. So we're gonna die. Yeah, we're gonna die. Doesn't matter. We could have mirrored out, but we're gonna die instead. Because I decided so. And I had already taken a bunch of damage before I remembered that we could mirror out. Ideally, you would remember and you would get full magic. Which I believe you can get in here somewhere. Oh yeah, we're still completely out. We can't do that. All right. This is not what I want. I believe there is full magic in here that I just did not grab. Yes, there is. That was a very, very silly way to lose a bunch of time. But it happens. There's a lot of stuff to remember doing this. Okay. That's also not what you want to see. Okay. Oh. It also doesn't help to take unnecessary damage. This is why we grab the safety for Tranex. Okay. So now we're in better position because we can actually get the anti-fairy in here. And we can get this one as well. If we can. Nope, that was too fast. Okay, we're gonna come to me. Okay, well, we're not going to do that. We were going to get backup fairy, but he decided that he wanted to fuck off to Narnia. So we're just gonna rely on not being really bad at the game. This is the boss that I fight the least because even entering Turtle Rock takes so many items that you are not super likely to be required to beat it if it's not a crystal dungeon. Can't open the menu while one of the heads is dying. Gold sword lets us do that. Oh wow, really? You were supposed to do that instead. That was fine. That was fine. That was extremely risky. I didn't intend to hit the tail. There are a lot of Tremors in this game, Matt, and they were probably all big fans of the very, very popular Tremors movie. We had to beat this anyway. It doesn't matter what it gave us. Yes, it was extremely popular. It was all the rage in the 90s. Let's see, I think one of these was the skull. Nope. I was going to try and show you an alien skull that comes to life when you touch it, but I can't remember where any of them are. Let's double check. Yep, we got 7 crystals. Pretty sure Bacon won an Oscar. Is that a count to the popularity of the movie or a count to the acting ability of Kevin Bacon in a shitty movie? Let's be honest. I'm glad that you're willing to defend this movie so ardently, because I do have reasonably fond memories of the movie. I am not under the delusion that it was a good movie. Ooh, red mail. Let's go. We got Goth Abigail now. That room's really cool when you do it right. No, see, what you need to do is you need to get on my level and admit that Tremors 2 was the best movie of the 90s. So that's 4. It's 5. 5 out of 22. We're still not big keyed. Right, we have to kill these. Hate this room. And it hates you right back. I don't think you could really argue with the cinematic masterpiece that was Tremors 2. It's so good, it makes me miss hook shots. I don't even remember how you're supposed to do that jump. Okay. That's pretty bad. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, 6 checks. So it has to be in the first 22 checks. So 6 out of 22 is not like really long odds yet, but my record is 18. So, oh, I needed to wait for that bomb to blow up. That's not gonna work. Let's go. Let's go. It should work. go. Get stuck on the switch, why don't you? Everything's fine. That was not risky at all. Alright, that wasn't supposed to... Everything is fine. See, that's 7. Oh, shit. Let's hope that it's not one of those. Oh yeah, we can't do that on the top. We can only do that on the bottom. That's fine. That gives us another chance to check that check, because there's 4 chests in there that I forgot about. See, all these rain clouds, they have silver linings, Matt. Forget to check something, and then fate intervenes. And all of a sudden, you get another chance. Once again, that room's really cool when you do it right. That was not doing it right, for reference. Okay. No. There we go. Whew. That was the wrong timing. It's safer to do that, or it's better to do that switch a different way, but if I had the magical boomerang, I would have used the magical boomerang. Didn't get that either, which is really weird. Can't go in portals when you're in iframes. That can really screw you up sometimes. Oh, I already got that chest. It doesn't despawn if you collect it. Okay, so... Okay. This is the one. Alright. There's the flippers. We didn't need those. Okay. Now we can finish doing left side of tower, or left side of Ganon's castle. Hopefully we find the big key. If we don't find the big key, we have to do right side. We do left side first, because left side's a little bit faster. Actually, I think left side's a lot faster. I can't remember. Yeah, we can't get that because we don't have big key. Bonk across that, and we don't have to do the invisible path at all. Damn it, I wanted to collect that. Okay. I'm saying that left is the best. Come on. Get in my net. Keep. Okay. I feel a lot better now. Okay. Go down here. That was a little bit off script. It's bad when he does that because he does knock back to you, which makes it really difficult to aim shots at him, and you're on ice physics during that fight. It's the only way that they can make, like, a World 1 boss, or a Light World boss, difficult when you're this overpowered, is to give you ice physics. Ice physics in this game are really awful. Okay, that's berries. Ice physics suck at the best of times. In this game, they are extremely slippery. Oh, we could have mirrored, but that's fine. Yeah, we might as well open it. Don't have to do that. Those 2 checks are the only thing that's faster about right side. Okay. Right, this is a pressure switch. I'm considerably worse at right side because often you don't have to go right side. Oh yeah, I forgot. Those will just wait out your iframes. So this is one of the reasons why right side is slower. There's a chest that spawns if you wait out this room. And so you can skip this chest, but then if this chest is, you know, big key, then you'll do all of Ganon's castle without big key. Come back, do this extremely slow check anyway. So I just bite the bullet and do it. There's an argument. They can be made for both sides. It's like, sometimes you have to gamble on a 1 in 22. And sometimes you lose when you gamble on 1 in 22. Let's see. I fell for that again. I fall for this troll room a lot. Just, you know, putting that out there. Oops, that's not gonna work. We're gonna wait. Now we can do that. Oh. Okay. All right. It's okay. No. I don't remember how to do that specific room, and we just need to do this one again. Ah, shit. If we leave and re-enter, the full magic will respawn, I believe, which is our only chance in that situation. We ran out of magic. We're not supposed to run out of magic. We're supposed to do it the first time, but we got stuck in the door because we were just a little bit too slow. Is that magic? Okay, yeah. Canis and Mario blocks cost magic too, so being completely out of magic sucks. Yep, that sucks too. So we should have a fairy. That should revive us. This should be full magic right there. That's why we left to respawn it. All right. That was a waste. That was a waste of effort. So. All right. Since we're here, we're going to respawn it again anyway, because we do need health. We don't have any more fairies. We only have one We only have one bottle, so we can only carry one fairy, which is going to make Ganon kind of scary if we get there pretty soon. The hitbox on those is really janky. Basically, it's basically the tile that the hand is on and all the tiles around it. So, and then situations like that happen, which make it seem like the game's not even paying attention. Okay, that's not gonna work. Damn it. Alright, since I'm down here. Okay, I'm not down here. I am back at the entrance. This is the worst I've gotten by this room. Or the worst I've gotten trolled by this room in a while. I'm getting a little bit tired because it's 3.5 hours in. And we ran into some unfortunate things that kind of took away a little bit of my gusto. Okay. So we're just going to be really sure this time. Do that, because that makes it a lot easier to do this in time. Half magic makes this room pretty fast too. Just doing that on the conveyor is really hard. Probably shouldn't waste this. Character in One Piece is obsessed with doing things with gusto. Oh yeah? You know that I'm not very familiar with One Piece, so... There it is. Magic here. A little bit of magic there. Big key. Okay. So that means we can teleport back to the entrance, and we can do Upper Ganon's Castle, which means that we are in the home stretch. Do I have a fairy? I don't have a fairy. Okay, that's extremely troll. Not, yeah, it's that. Okay. Can't carry the pot through there. So you used to be able to grab a wall here and move in a direction, and the mimics would go that way, and you would stay in place like that. This was not working at all the last time I tried it. That makes that room a lot easier and more consistent. I hate this room. There we go. Okay, asshole. Let's go. Oh, no. Okay, good, we got through that without taking too much damage. If you mess up the movement in there, it can get really scary really fast. because the spikes will just bounce you around. We are going to visit this room right here, which I normally skip, but I also normally have more than one bottle. So we're going to keep that one. And then there should be magic in one of these. There it is. Okay. So now we're good. Running out of stuff in Ganon's castle is a bad idea. It takes a long time to get back here. So it would have been faster to use silver arrows, but I don't want to gamble away my silver arrows because I think I still have to fight Landmolus. I can't remember whether that's in Upper Ganon's castle or right side. So that was a really clutch iframe grab because you don't have a hitbox when you are picking things up. These guys are trolling me really hard. Come down here. Thank you. Okay. Okay, those guys did not troll me. Come on. There we go. It's really hard because sword swimming, or what's referred to as sword swimming, using your sword on ice resets your momentum, and so you can use that to get some semblance of stability on ice. Ah, that would have been so good if that had hit. That's pretty good, though. That's a better fight than we had in the first place. So there's bombs, magic, arrows, heart. We didn't really need any of that. It was kind of a waste to pick it up. Okay. Damn. That's a really cool strat if you get it. Does that. For maximum effect, you do not fall in the pit, though. There's another one in there that I'm not very good at. The one in here looks really cool. It's a lot more impressive than the other one. The other one's pretty easy, and I still messed it up the first time. But it's really easy to mess up. It's very difficult. Here's why we wanted to have pretty good magic, is this room. I'm gonna do all of this because that happens. No. Okay. Should make it. Okay. You're on a really kind of annoyingly tight timer there. So we're going to conserve a little bit of magic and do those with torch. So we only have to use one. Otherwise we would use all of our magic. And if we fell down, it would be really bad. Don't need those chests, so we will skip them. We've wasted enough time. I always throw it too far. Now we have full health. We just need to wait out this timer to pick up the pots. Alright, I thought it's It is this one. No? Oh, that's not good. That's super bad, actually. Yeah, we need to go and acquire a key from somewhere because we use too many keys. Unless... Hold on, real quick. It's theoretically possible that those were a key, yeah. Okay, so where did we skip out? Goes to... This is a hard dungeon, even, like, look up anything. Okay, yeah, I know what to do. It's possible that we missed a guaranteed key in tower because I wasn't focusing entirely on it. Okay. That's as good as that could have gone. Okay, that won't work. Hey! Oh my god. Okay. It is really quite annoying when you throw those too far. Barely. So there's red shield. That does exactly 0 good for us now. I think what we need, though, is that key right there. Ah. That is a huge setback. You need to have one key going to upper tower, and I forgot. I probably spent the key that we should have used by... Yeah, I did want that. Okay. The key that we wanted to use was the one that I spent to connect left side and right side. Come on. Because it's slightly faster than walking upstairs and then back downstairs. But everything should be fine. There they go. Okay. This fucking room. Okay. This is a really bad room. Okay, we have a ferry. We'll be okay. That's fine. That's fine. We can replace that ferry pretty soon. And that should give us a good amount of iframes to get through the rest of the room. because that doesn't allow us to get knocked around because the fairy animation starts, or the death animation starts. Okay. So, even with all the setbacks, we've still made really good time. We lost a lot of time at Ganon's Castle, but compared to how my runs have gone lately, this is still very good time. Yeah, I mean, it's not like really good time overall. It is good time for me. Because I'm still not that fast at Randomizer. Here we go. Oh, that is a good way for that room to go. Fuck off. Okay, and then this. Okay, that's a really good start. That would have been good if that fireball hadn't interrupted my shot, because... There it is. Still a good fight. I will still take that. 2 on the first cycle is very, very good, though. Okay, yeah, we're not going to risk it. Oops. Okay. We should have risked it. I forgot where the floor is. So we're still gonna do it. I was trying to conserve magic because the last thing I want to do is screw up the last torch room. Because there's no way to recover from that without leaving Ganon's tower again. Let's see. And if you want to know how many times I have had to leave this room, or leave Ganon's castle because I screwed up this room, it would be a lot of times. Like, not a lot of times, but enough that it's still pretty heartbreaking. We don't have half magic. Half magic is really convenient to have. Based on how many times you've probably heard me say we don't have half magic. Every one of those times is time that we would have saved. Hey, look, it's half magic. And that is how you will something into existence. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Oh, that's already open. We don't need that. We do need to be... Oh, we don't need to be conservative on health either. Oh yeah, we already have a fairy. Everything's fine. RNGesus really played a number on me this time. Okay, so here's Moldarm. This is the first time we've seen Moldarm today. Moldarm is not bad if you have the Golden Sword. Moldarm is really bad in Master Sword runs. He can waste a boatload of time. You can skip through that by exploiting the lack of a hitbox while the block's being pushed. Can you stop that, please? I would like to get through the room. Okay. Alright, and we're in there. Okay. That move, or that room can really, really waste your time. Alright, here's Aghanim 2. Aghanim 2 is significantly worse than Aghanim 1 because there are many. So it's hard to get multiple hits on him. The fight can go fast if you're very good. There is the first blue ball of the game. Oh, that would have been a nice double. That would have been a nice double too. I don't think those would have hit him. They're really off cycle, like weirdly off cycle. There it is. Okay, so we're on a Ganon. Ganon's a really scary fight. There's a glitch that we can do in the Ganon fight that can make it less scary. We can come in under 4 hours if I execute this fight well. Oh. That was a little bit scary. Okay, that's not good. Do not toy with me, Ganon. Do not start this shit. Fuck you. Okay, so we need Torch Glitch in order to make this really well. Damn it, we missed it. Okay, there's one. That was risky. I shouldn't have taken that. We have a fairy, but we have no more safeties. Okay, so there's two. Whew. That was not worth that risk. Fuck. Shit. That was greedy. But that gives us a really good opportunity. I think we can No. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and get a blue potion and come back. Not super confident in the fight enough to do it without a safety. And blue potion makes a better safety because it full heals you. But it shouldn't take more than, ideally, like 4 minutes. We might as well heal the full. We have a shitload of money. Second bottle would be nice. Second bottle would make this very, very difficult to lose. We wanted flute, not that. Okay, so... There we go. So this should be it. This should be it. If we get Torch Glitch, if we got Torch Glitch last time, that would have been, like, in the bag. Very spicy. Okay, get ready for Torch Glitch. Damn it, I missed it again. At least we got half magic, though. That's it. That's it. All right. Fucking A. 3:56. We came in under 4 hours. That's a very good time. That's actually my best time. My goal is to get under 2.5. So, but that's still very, very respectable, even with that issue. Thank you very much, Matt. Thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Having somebody to talk to makes this a lot more fun to do. I get very frustrated when I do this on my own. You are endlessly positive, and I really like that about you. I just wanted to tell you that. You're probably one of the most positive people I know. I started very recently. I've only been doing this for about 2 weeks. So I just want to see what the in-game stats are. The credits have a nice breakdown that show you like how long it took you to get a sword, how long it took you to get boots, how long it took you to get, I think, Moon Pearl. And it also gives you an in-game time that accounts for how much time was spent menuing and how much time was lag. And I would just like to see that before I get off and go to bed. You don't have to wait around for that if you would like to go to bed. Totally understand that. I just want to see it for my own benefit. This was extremely trolly. Well, lucky you. My bed is back there, and it's lonely. That was cool. Was that friends of yours that raided? So that's the other streamer that you were talking about, right? The one that has been playing Dark Souls 3. That was really nice. That was a nice surprise. It was cool that they stuck around for a little bit. Oh, did you set that up? I thought I was too. It started out extremely strong. I think my mic is too loud. Is my mic too loud? It's just the levels that I can see in my audio mixer are hitting like the high yellow red portion, which typically isn't good. Typically that's when you get clipping. But alright, I'll turn it back up then. Just for you. Actually, what I should do is balance it against the game audio better so that I can turn it down, but I've got several layers of audio equipment that I have to balance. Because I think that you've probably noticed, but I really like nice audio equipment. It's not just for one mic, it's for the mic, and I have a actual Super NES setup, and then right now I'm playing on a Mister, which is an FPGA emulator, which I'm waiting on a Super NES flash cart so that I don't have to play SNES games on this anymore, because there's a lot of aspects of it that I really don't like. For example, in order for my saves to write to the SD card, I have to open up the on-screen display and hit reset in the menu. If I just turn it off, or if it loses power for any reason, it won't save at all. So basically I would have lost, if I lost power to it, I would have lost all of my progress since I turned the game off to check the spoiler log. And I really don't like that about it. There's only one flash cart or like external emulation device that can write to SD card actively without resetting. And that's the one that I ordered, but it ships from Ukraine and I still haven't received it yet. So that'll be my next setup, which will actually be played on an authentic SNES on my Commodore monitor. Yeah, the guy that created them, Krix, he is a Ukrainian resident, and so it ships from probably his literal house. I don't know, but noticeably, things that are shipping to an individual from an individual in Ukraine tend to get held up in customs. These randomizer contributors like CatDevs Games and VTorp and Desurect and all these people, they're very cool people. They appear in marathons quite a bit. At least some of them do. No, I don't know them personally, but I'm familiar with them as people because they developed the randomizer and have been very active in support for the randomizer. And yeah, so familiar with them. They're very cool. This is an absolutely amazing thing that they created, because one of my favorite things is roguelikes, and this takes a game that I love very much and turns it into a roguelike, basically. And so I really like that. I really like that this is a thing that exists. Once I found out that this existed, I had to start playing it immediately. So my first sword was at 51 minutes, Pegasus Boots took 20 minutes, Flute took 56 minutes, and Mirror took an hour and 16 minutes. So I killed 1 boss swordless, 2 bosses with a Master Sword, and 7 with a Golden Sword. Ganon Tower Big Key, 20 out of 22. That is a new record. 65 bonks, 16 save and quits, 21 deaths, 4 fairy revivals, total menu time 21 minutes, which is an improvement. Total lag time is 15 minutes. There's not much I can do about that. Ganon's Tower Big Key being 20 out of 22 is a bad record. You want to get the Big Key as soon as you can in Ganon's Castle, and so that tracks how many checks you had to do before you found it. So 20 out of 22 is almost the worst that you can get. I almost had to do all of left side and all of right side. But all that being said, I still got a time of 3:49, which is definitely a record. It wasn't in question, but it is definitely a record. So that's really cool. 166 out of 216 is a pretty high collection rate, but it's a pretty decent time for me. So thank you very much for watching, Matt. I really appreciate that you did this. I hope that you will watch again, because I'll probably be doing this again later the week. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow. But I will see you at work tomorrow, because I gotta go to bed. So, see ya.